Good morning, everybody. Today's proceedings will be transmitted after the usual 10-minute delay. Those with mobile telephones may use them to report what they hear in the hearing room, but only after 10 minutes have elapsed since the event that they're reporting. They may not be used for recording or photography. There will be a private hearing which will take place at the conclusion of the open hearing, so that no one will be required to leave the room and come back in for that purpose. Yes.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Hastings, yesterday in evidence we got to February 2007 in the chronology of your deployment, and I'd like to pick up there, if I may. Can we have MPS 0072527 on screen, please? It's behind tab C126 of the bundle. This is bundle 5. MPS 0072527. Can you see that on your screen?
I can, yes, thank you.
And this is in relation to a blockade at Carmel Agrexco on the 11th of February 2007. It was a Sunday, and it appears that about 10 to 15 people, a small group of primarily state of emergency activists, attended at the site. In page 2, please. Paragraph 1. Do you recall this event? Does this stand out in your memory as
Not
one that you attended? Okay. Is it fair to say that at Carmel Agrexco it was a real target for protests, and there'd often be staged protests outside, people holding banners or placards?
It was certainly a point of interest, place of interest, because of the obvious link that existed or that had been identified between the business and Israel.
Okay. And so on occasion there would be direct action by certain activists, and on other occasions there would be just people who were interested in making their opinions known about it, raising awareness about the activities of the company.
Those are two slightly different things. You've got the notion of taking action would ordinarily require presence being there. The fact of highlighting the fact of the business and what it was identified as having been done could be done elsewhere by way of the internet, etc. Okay.
Were there occasions where members of the public that might not otherwise be seen as activists in the way that you've reported on activists as a part of a group would attend outside of the premises, often children? Do you recall that?
Certainly within the activities that I can't recall any, but I am aware that when you had the camp Heathrow against Heathrow, you had a large group of individuals who congregated there, and there was at least one action, or not an action, but there was some kind of demonstration that took place. Necessarily, that would have had activists there, but also might have had other people there who would not ordinarily be considered as activists.
You comment here in this paragraph that on the Sunday there'll be a covert action to take direct action against Carmel Agrexco, rather than attending the staged and compliant demonstration on Saturday, where the emphasis was expected to be on maximising publicity whilst remaining within the law. What distinction were you making there between different types of protest?
Well, I imagine if it's going to be ordinarily, if it's a covert action, that might involve, for example, activists deciding to lock on to the gates of the premises to stop the business from being able to function.
So the blockade element of it would be to stop the lorries coming in through the gate.
To stop the
and
business
from
being able to function, yes.
Can we have a look at paragraph 2, please? I'll give you a moment just to read that.
Thank you. Yes.
And paragraph 3 and 4, please.
Okay, yeah.
Was this the event that you touched upon yesterday in your evidence when you said that the gates opened at one stage, people ran onto the site itself?
I'm not certain, to be fair.
Okay. Is this an unusual event for demonstrating outside this particular company site?
Not especially because I think the business had been, once identified, there were a number of actions that took place with activists going down there, small groups go down there and as I say, target the business.
So at any particular time, it could be anticipated, particularly by the security staff there, that there might be people who are trying to raise awareness through such direct action. It wasn't an unusual event in that sense.
I would suggest perhaps that's a question for the security and the actual business itself in terms of what their perception was of the activities that activists were undertaking.
Okay. From your experience and reporting on the group, though, this was the typical type of event, was it, that would take place?
That's what they would intend to go down there and cause as much annoyance as possible and disrupt the business.
Okay. You were one of the people that was going to drive one of the cars. There were 3 cars that were attending that day, is that right?
Yes.
And you were one of the people that was going to lock on.
No, I didn't lock on at all. And the reason I would have done that is because I wouldn't have been prepared to be arrested. And the likelihood is, of course, that if you lock on, that you may be arrested. Police will attend you, you will then be arrested.
The reference to Rob, SNU, is that you?
I don't believe so.
That's a different Rob, is
I
it, in
believe
the
so.
group?
And the reason I say that is because in order to, trying to think of the word, sanitise the fact of my being there, it would have possibly been usual to put Rob Harrison to obfuscate the fact that I would have been there. So I presume from that Rob Snu doesn't refer to me.
So we have reports a little bit later on where Rob Harrison is included, the full name, and then we have some reports where it's Rob Snu.
I
But
believe
was
so.
there another Rob within the group at the same time?
Then if the way that I've described the process, that would be what I would assume from this particular report.
That there's another
Rob.
person called Rob. Are you the Rob that's... did you say you were driving one of the
Yes.
cars? So are you the Rob there that's referred to as one of the drivers?
Yes, that would have been me.
So you are Rob Snu?
No, what I'm saying, I don't know how this has come about, but I did not. The question you're asking me is, did I lock on? No. And the reason I didn't lock on is because if I did, there would necessarily have been a risk of arrest. I was never arrested outside of Carmel Agrexco.
You weren't arrested,
I don't
but would
recall
you
being arrested
necessarily
outside.
be arrested if you had locked on?
Potentially, yes.
When you say potentially, could it be that the Rob you're referring to in this report was you did lock on, but you didn't actually get arrested?
No. I have no recollection of locking on at Carmel Agrexco.
Who was the Rob then that did lock on, do you recall?
No.
And were you at this event? You were clearly at this event, you drove one of the cars.
Yes, I drove the car, certainly, and if I've written the report, that would suggest that I was in a position to be there to do so.
And what was the extent of your engagement in the activity?
To the best of my recollection, it would have been to go along, to take part, and to support as best as possible other activists who were present.
What did you do in terms of supporting other activists?
Very often that might include, for example, being verbally supportive of them for the individuals who decided to place themselves in discomfort by looking onto the gates.
At least 2 security guards were there, is that right?
I can't recall.
Okay.
Is it mentioned in the report? The number of guards?
We can have a look. Paragraph 4, is it? Paragraph, the next one, yeah. Yes, it was, paragraph 4. Yeah, physical opposition from 2 security guards, so at least 2 were present. Any more that you recall?
Not that I can recall, no.
Reliant on police arriving at the scene? Were you waiting for police to attend?
Was I waiting for them? No, but there would have been I suspect for activists they would have been mindful of the fact there was a possibility that police would attend.
And can you recall how many did attend on this occasion?
Police or activists?
Police.
No.
The role of the police at these events, was that generally to facilitate lawful protest, or was it to provide security for the company?
I think that would largely be a decision for the police officers present.
Okay. And what did you experience from being there?
On this particular event or generally?
On this particular event, what did you witness?
I can't recall.
3 people were arrested. If we go to page 3, please. In paragraph 1. You can see 3 people were arrested. It appears that those were the people that had made their way through the gates onto the premises.
Okay.
And the key had been used to unlock the D-locks around the necks and stop the blockade. The blockade effectively came to an end, and at that point the activists were joined by Privacy, who had come on behalf of Indomedia. And so that was a publicised event. That was the purpose of these events, wasn't it? To publicise
Well,
the activity.
Indomedia could be used by activists to put information out. The amount of information that the activists might choose to make available through that site could obviously differ.
And in terms of how much disruption was caused, can you give us a sense of what actually happened on the day?
Well, having read, I've not read the report in its entirety today, I should say, forgive me.
If we take down the large paragraph and you can read the rest of it.
Okay.
In terms of the type and extent of disruption, what sort of disruption was caused?
Looking at this, the disruption appears to be principally to the business.
And can you recall how many lorries were stopped entering the premises on that day,
No.
if any?
No.
Is it right that the company didn't want to press charges because they didn't want the matter going to court?
I don't know what the position of the company would have been.
And in any event, it was relatively low-level offending. People were arrested, you say, in relation to offences relating to obstruction. That's on the second line at the top of the page.
I don't quite know whether the activists themselves regard it as being low level in terms of being arrested. It would depend on how they themselves viewed being arrested. But in terms of the overall disruption caused to the business, this clearly isn't something that's called a massive problem, perhaps.
Okay. In terms of obstruction, it's when you say the impact of that, I'm just thinking about the level of sentencing. It's a low-level offence, isn't it?
Presumably, yes.
Can we have a look at MPS 007-2795, please? And this is in relation to M19. This is the 19th of March event that was being planned. There was a meeting about that on Tuesday, the 13th of March, 2007, so about a week before.
Yeah.
On page 2, please, the last 3 paragraphs. This effectively sets out what the group were planning to do, and it related to protesting outside Bearing Point, and another event that evening, which or on the evening just before the 19th, which would involve writing slogans on the front of Labour Party constituency buildings saying,
Yes.
"Your party, your war."
Yes.
So a couple of events planned. In terms of the protest outside of Bearing Point, the plan was generally to small group of people would be outside the company and making some noise, drawing attention,
Being disruptive.
being disruptive to the extent, and handing out leaflets to people and that sort of thing, raising awareness again.
Well, as the report says, no collective decision was made regarding staging specific action on that day. So what that does clearly is allows any decision as to individual actions to be taken by activists themselves who may be present.
In paragraph 5, you make reference to Emily Apple. That's a named individual that appears in your report, and you say she may attend and therefore increase security concerns. What did you mean by that? Was that in relation to the group's counter-surveillance concerns or any policing concerns?
So I was just waiting for that to go on to highlight that point. Thank you.
So the bottom of paragraph 5.
I think my view here would be that certainly within state of emergency, Emily Apple was known. There was at least one activist within the group whom I think we could consider who at least considered themselves to be close friends with Emily. And so as a result, because Emily was regarded, I think, by some individuals as being a particularly effective activist or certainly had some sense of authority, her being present would not only perhaps be seen to legitimise further what was being undertaken, but also they might view it as her presence in and of itself might attract surveillance by the police or other elements within the police.
And by surveillance, are you talking about the FIT officers?
Possibly.
Any other type of surveillance through the police?
Oh, looking at the report, I think that what I would say here is what I would say is that the perception that activists might have had in terms of the capabilities that may or may not have been available to special branch and or other agencies might not always have been in accord with the reality as to what may or may not have been available. But they certainly would have had a self-heightened sense that they themselves would have been of particular importance to the state.
In terms of being of importance to the state, what do you mean by that?
Well, I would imagine that if you have activists who've been arrested perhaps a number of times within and functioning within a particular milieu or in relation to a particular subject, some of them might be of the view that the number of times they get arrested would mean necessarily that they're more likely to attract attention from the police because they would necessarily become better known to the police because they'd be arrested, spoken to, identified.
So it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy in a way. She then becomes a bit of a target. Is that what you're saying?
Potentially it can work that way. Or rather, it could have worked that way.
Did you have the sense that that was happening from your experience of being in the group?
No, my perception would have been that you had individuals whose self-perception as to how important they may have been in regard to the state may not accord with reality. So what I would say to you is it might be possible that some activists may have had a self-inflated, overinflated sense of self-worth in terms of their importance to the state.
Are you suggesting Emily Apple had that?
I'm suggesting no such thing.
That sense about herself?
No. My interactions with Emily Apple, as I recall, were very limited.
When she gave evidence to the inquiry on Monday of this week, she said that state of emergency, the groups that she was involved with, were non-hierarchical. So she wasn't a leader, but she was very good at coordinating and involved to that degree.
I mean, I would
Is
certainly,
that fair?
I think
do you agree with that?
I think to some degree, I may have mentioned this previously, that in these, unlike the traditional leftist groups where you would have a hierarchy and there's likely to be some form of structure that would be organised, on the other side within anarcho groups, or however they would wish to describe themselves, it's far more likely that these things would operate by way of consensus, decision-making. But it has to be recognised that necessarily within those groups themselves, Emily, because of her activities, would perhaps be viewed as having a greater degree of importance within the group because of who she was and what she may have done, and because of a reputation that she might have had.
So she was a well-respected person within the groups that she was involved
From
with.
the people that I interacted with, to the best of my recollection, who knew Emily, they certainly regarded her with great fondness and respect.
Can we turn to MPS 0073073, please? This is behind tab C134 in bundle 5. And this is a report on the event of March 19th, 2007. Just over 19 years ago, on the steps of St Paul's, people gathered just behind the building we're in now. This is an area, privately owned public land. Was that your understanding?
Yeah, I'm not certain I would have considered that at the time of this taking place.
But the company or the offices of which were the focus of the protest were Bearing Point, situated in Paternoster Square, just by St Paul's.
Yeah.
And were you there?
This would suggest that I was.
Because you wrote the report?
Yes.
Reference to Rob Snow in paragraph 3, would that be another Rob in the group?
That could be me. This goes back to your earlier question as to whether the reporting as to my presence was consistent throughout, whether it was reported as Rob Harrison or Rob Snow.
Right. And the other Rob that you say was in the group, was he there?
No. Perhaps I should make a clarification here. There is a question here as to whether it was consistent in the reporting in terms of whether it's Rob Harrison or Rob Snow. In relation to the earlier report, the action outside of Carmela Grexco, when you were asking me the question as to whether I was Rob Snow, I know I wasn't that Rob Snow because I didn't lock on. That's how that distinction's been drawn.
In the last report, it appeared that Rob Snow, one of the drivers,
That was
you
me.
said that was you.
That was me.
But there was another Rob Snow who locked on that you said wasn't
And that wasn't
you.
me because I know I did not lock on, as I stated.
And obviously, you were the writer of the report, so you couldn't have got that wrong at the time. Is that what you're saying? You couldn't have said that you locked on if you didn't lock on?
Yeah, I'm clear in my own mind that I did not lock on outside of Carmela Grexco.
And is there any sense that you might now have a faded memory about events back then? Your contemporaneous reporting was more reliable and you did in fact lock on. It's just that now, 20 odd years later, you can't remember it.
No, I am absolutely certain I did not lock on.
The Rob Snow referred to in paragraph 3, though on this occasion you think this does relate to you.
It could be.
Is it likely to be you? Do you
Yes.
think
I think it's
recalling
fair.
this event?
Yeah, that's fair.
What was the atmosphere like at that event?
I can't recall. I'd have to refer to the report.
Okay. Do you want a moment to read the report? If we bring up page 2 as well, please.
Okay.
And does that trigger a memory for you about the atmosphere and what the activities were of the people that were there?
Not especially, I have to say.
You're reporting on this post-event, so that the activity had happened, then you wrote up your report about it.
Yeah.
What was the purpose of reporting on an event like this post-event?
That would be expected. I was present at an event, so there would clearly be an expectation that I would be reporting on any events that I attended, and also it relates to state of emergency and their activities.
So it's a matter of record rather than predicting an activity that would inform public order policing.
Well, this certainly isn't predictive. This is clearly post-event.
And in terms of post, obviously there were police there. The police know what happened there. They know the outcome of the event. The purpose of your reporting on an occasion like this was to have an ongoing record of events, is it? What do you see my
Sorry.
point?
Can you
This
just-
isn't
Sorry, could you just
information
give me a
being
moment,
fed.
please?
Yeah.
Please continue.
Sorry, I was asking you a number of questions at the same time.
No, that's not why I paused.
In terms of this report, it's a post-event report. We understand that the SDS was about preemptive reporting for the purposes of public order policing, in large part. That's not their only
No.
responsibility.
The SDS will be providing reporting prior to events taking place, and also will be expected to provide reporting post-event. It's the intelligence picture in its entirety.
So this would be fed up to Special Branch, or CTC as it was by that stage, in order to inform the overall picture of
The continuing picture, intelligence picture that existed in relation to the group and the individuals that have been present.
So a report like this wasn't for preempting events that would be fed into public order policing.
Well, no, that wouldn't be strictly true.
Okay.
Because, of course, you've got information, and that information, then you don't know how that information might be utilised, or might be of value in the future, or might allow the department or the special branch to consider in there, is there information that could be useful in the future, but in being predictive to some degree. The intelligence picture would not have been stable. That's what I'm suggesting.
And this helps provide a continual picture of the activities of these groups.
Yes.
In terms of Emily Apple, again, she's identified by name. She was one of the people who were arrested at this demonstration. Do you recall that?
I don't recall it, but if it's recorded here, then that would be a matter of record.
Did you have the sense at the time that Emily Apple was being targeted by police, and that is why she was arrested on this occasion?
No. My interactions with Emily Apple were quite limited.
In terms of the disruption that was caused, can you give us a sense of who was disrupted and to what extent people's day were disrupted?
Excuse me, forgive me. Looking at this, you've got rhythms of resistance in attendance, which clearly indicates, to my mind, that there was a design for them to be a focal point, possibly as a possible point of agitation, to attract other people to the noise or the music that they were making. So they are there to act as a point of attraction to members of the public and also potentially other activists.
Anything further in terms of disruption?
I can't go beyond the report, but looking at this report, I'm not certain that there was a huge amount of disruption caused.
Can we have a look at MPS 0731256, please? This is a report. It's dated the 26th of March 2007, but it relates to events connected with the M19 event. And in particular, looking at paragraph 2, this is the evening before Monday of March the 19th, 2007, when members of the group were intending to go out and paint slogans on the Labour Party constituency offices.
So this seems to be post on examining the actions undertaken by members of. Have I misunderstood you?
No, that's all right. It's a report from the 26th of March, so it is post Monday, the 19th of March, but it's looking at what happened on that night. And do you recall being a party to those events on the night of the 18th to the 19th of March?
Yes.
You say at paragraphs 2 to 3 on this page that Emily Apple had been invited to engage with this action. And if we go over onto page 2, please. She actually, according to your report, showed little interest in going out, and so she didn't attend on this event. Is that right?
That would appear to be as has been suggested.
And in fact, in Emily's own evidence, she said she has no recollection of this at all and probably wasn't there at the time. She'd have been travelling from a different location where she was living at the time.
That may well have been true. I think looking at this report, what we can say is privacy had indicated that he had asked. So that's a second-hand report, if you like, not direct reporting.
So you certainly hadn't seen Emily overnight?
No.
And so this is reporting on somebody's, the fact that he had invited Emily to attend.
Yes, but what it also does is it indicates or reinforces the fact that there is a relationship that exists between the person stating they'd spoken to Emily Apple. That in itself indicates that they're able to speak and that this individual is of such, is known to Apple and is able therefore to extend an invitation to her.
In terms of what happened with the plan to go out and paint the slogans, is it right that it was relatively unsuccessful? Small groups of people were going out in 2s and 3s, and actually it was you in your group that was one of the successful parties to actually write the slogans on a building. Do you recall doing that?
No, it was small groups deliberately in order to minimise, I think by this time, to maximise security, shall we say, for those taking part in these actions.
And in terms of who actually went out, was it not as big a group as you thought it was going to be?
I mean, my recollection would be that I went out, there were small individual groups, and I was part of a small group that went out into East London.
We can see on paragraph 3 of page 2 that the South London group, consisting of Rob, Snoo, and 3 others, enjoyed a degree of success, but also reported that very many of the premises had been incorrectly identified. So was that you were arriving at a site, but actually it wasn't a Labour Party building at all?
Possibly, I can't say.
Do you recall how many times you wrote the slogan on a building?
I haven't admitted to writing a slogan on a building.
So you didn't personally do that?
I don't recall doing so.
How many times did your group write a slogan on a building?
I can't recall, but I certainly wouldn't have, maybe once or twice perhaps, but I can't give you a definitive number.
But your evidence is that you didn't actually write.
I don't recall doing so.
What was it? Paint? Was it a spray can?
Presumably it would have involved some kind of spray can.
Okay. But you left that to others to do, did you?
I don't recall spraying anything, unless it's reported in later. Do you have a later report that suggests that's the case, or I was arrested?
No,
Okay.
we don't. All we have is this. We're just asking for your memory.
I don't
of that
recollect undertaking what presumably would be described as criminal damage.
Well, it probably would be, yeah. But you, regardless of who actually held the paint can anyway, what I'm just asking for is what actually happened. What do you recall about?
I recall that my primary role would have been, as I had the car, would be to drive individuals so that they could then undertake what it is they wanted to they wished to do.
So you drove around in a car?
I had a car, yes, I had a vehicle.
What we do know from page 2, paragraph 6, is that in terms of the arrests of those in relation to the March 19th event, the City of London Police said it wasn't in the public interest to charge those arrested outside Bearing Point. Do you recall that happening? Do you recall charges being dropped?
No.
So Emily Apple and others had been arrested, clearly taken to custody, charged, but charges later dropped again. Were you aware of those events happening relatively often to Emily Apple? Were you aware of the extent to which she had been arrested?
Not especially. I think, as I've said earlier, my interactions with Emily Apple were extremely limited.
Can we move, please? Just to put this in context, is it about this time that you disappeared from Maya and Atif Chowdhury's life? That's their recollection. Around end of March, Easter time, that's when you weren't around as part of their lives.
That's possible.
Moving on then to April 2007, MPS 0073326, it's behind tab C136. This is in relation to a draft No Borders manifesto, and it's printed out in full. We can have both pages up. And the intention was to have a manifesto. This was to be published. Is that your sense, that they wanted people to know what No Borders was all about? Again, it's a public awareness campaign.
Well, it looks as if, as I say, it's a draft for something that presumably is intended for wider circulation at some point in the future.
And by circulation, would that have been on websites or flyers, or what sort of circulation would that have involved?
Possibly as widely as possible.
Was there any less intrusive way of finding out this information then, other than by a UCA?
That wouldn't be for me to decide.
So, although information would become public, it was your understanding that you were to report that.
I'm
anyway.
reporting on this because it relates to No Borders.
And in terms of No Borders, looking at their objectives here, in terms of their manifesto, there's no surprise in terms of what their objectives were as a group. There's no hidden agenda with No Borders.
Well, what I would say is, if a group is going to publish a public-facing document, that is not to say that behind the public-facing document or manifesto, however you would refer to it, that doesn't negate the possibility that actions can take place outside and beyond the stated intentions of this draft.
And from your experience, having spent time with No Borders, was there a significant hidden agenda to their activities?
What I would say is that different activists would necessarily have a different appetite and willingness and exposure to risk in regard to being arrested.
And was that significant to you? Did that become apparent in the time that you spent with No Borders?
I think certainly I can recall towards the end of my deployment discussions. I can recall at least one discussion that took place where individuals, members of No Borders, were considering what action they might take in regard to aircraft flying out of the UK, possibly taking individuals out of the UK, being deported perhaps.
And what was their discussion about that?
As to what, it was a consideration of what actions they might actually take. It was very early stages when that meeting took place.
And that was at the point at which your deployment started to come to an end, was it?
If I recall, my deployment was pretty much moving towards its close.
And do you have any further detail about that? I don't think that's part of a report.
It should be, because I would have reported it.
Okay, we can have a look for that. Can we have on screen, please, MPS 007 3461? It's behind tabs C139, a report from the 20th of April 2007. And it's a report on an individual.
Yeah.
And do you see paragraph 2, the description given has her height, buxom, with shoulder length, curly black hair, and unusually for an activist, appears to be black or possibly mixed race. In terms of that description, would you recognise that terminology like buxom is sexually sexual language and
No.
sexually discriminatory?
No,
In what way?
it's descriptive. It's merely descriptive of the physical characteristics of an individual.
Why put that into a report like this?
Because I would wish to provide as accurate a physical description of an individual as possible.
The language used, is that the type of language that would have been used in the SDS offices when talking about women?
No, I can't account for that. I can simply say that's obviously the language that I've used within the body of this report.
And it's specifically referring to a woman's breasts, is it?
It's making reference to her physical characteristics.
And you decided that was important and putting that into
In
a
terms
report?
of in the entirety of the description, yes.
Can we have a look at MPS 007 3518? It's a report of the 6th of May 2007, and it's a report on Emily Apple and her intention to travel to Germany for G8 protests. Did you know whether Emily Apple was known by other SDS UCOs?
Yes.
Was she discussed at SDS meetings?
I believe so, but I've got no extended memory of that. But she was certainly, I believe, one of the SDS officers, I believe, may have been targeted, or she may have been someone within the groups to which that SDS officer had been directed.
And do you recall which officer that was? Was
that
that HN118, Simon Wellings?
No, I don't believe that was his primary.
Okay. HN3?
Sorry.
Was his cover name Jason Bishop?
Yes, forgive me. Yes. Okay. Sorry,
That's all right. It's a long list. And so, would he speak about her in SDS meetings when he's talking about his deployment?
I think certainly my initial awareness of the name Emily Apple would have come about by perhaps some of the discussions that may have taken place within the back office.
And so, did that mean that you were specifically looking out for information about Emily Apple in your deployment?
No, not specifically. What would have happened is, although I may have been familiar with the name, I would have reported on Emily in the same way that I would have reported on anyone who would have come across within the environs of the groups that I was reporting on.
Did you receive any feedback from SDS managers about reporting on her and the extent to which they were interested in her?
I don't recall. No, I certainly don't recall being specific. Or I would say I don't recall being tasked against or being asked to target Emily Apple.
Did you have a sense, with the limited experience you had, contact you had with Emily Apple, did you get the sense of her being of a threat to public order or safety? What kind of a risk did she pose as far as you were concerned?
I wouldn't necessarily have been in the best place to report on that. I could only report in terms of how I saw, and also on the perception of Emily, but of other activists, how they perceived her in terms of her importance. She was clearly regarded with a great deal of respect and affection by activists.
Can we turn to MPS 0073517? This is a report of the 6th of May 2007 behind tabs C143. A disarm DICE meeting on the 28th of April 2007 at the University of London Union. This meeting was a public meeting, paragraph 1 on page 1. And paragraph 2, we know that FIT were in attendance. Is that right?
It's, according to the report, that's the case.
They were outside the building. Did they come into the building at all, or is it that they were placed outside the building?
I can't recall.
And in terms of this meeting, were you present inside, or did you see events outside in relation to the FIT team?
Looking at the way this report has been written, I think it's fair to say that I would have been inside the room. There's clearly reference to some kind of commotion taking place outside. It's not clear from the way that report is written as to whether I was outside or not.
Okay. Were you spoke about the FIT team yesterday following you around Parliament Square at the SAC Parliament event?
Yes, which effectively meant, usefully for me, it meant that whilst they were following me, of course, I couldn't undertake or get involved in any other actions that may have developed during that day.
Were you aware of the sense that activists felt harassed or intimidated by the FIT team, and that they were disrupting events, quite lawful events, of people coming together to organise?
I can certainly recall that the activists were certainly aware of the Forward Intelligence team. I can't necessarily say how the FIT team regarded themselves and what they were meant to do, but there was clearly some form of animosity that existed between the activists and FIT.
In terms of the intention to protest outside Dicey in the September, would it be fair to say that the police anticipated that there would be protests, as they had been in previous years?
Yes.
And so were you directly targeted to find out exactly what the intentions were?
That would
for
have
that
been
event?
if that came across, if I was able to discover that, then I obviously would have reported that.
Was that a direct verbal targeting, or is that something you took upon yourself?
That would have been part of the general
report on?
expectation as to what my reporting would consist of.
On page 2, paragraph 4, very last paragraph, you say at the end that people then dissipated after the meeting. Some went off to the pub, and the Union Bar, and that social interaction gave Emily Apple the opportunity to undertake the role of matriarch for the benefit of those present. And why did you describe her as a matriarch?
I think that would be, as I've said earlier, Emily was regarded as a strong female figure, someone with a very strong sense of who she was, and with a very strong sense of her ability and willingness to challenge the state. So she was. I always had the impression when I did see her that she was very protective towards other activists.
Did you have the sense that the word matriarch in this context might be seen as a sexist?
No, not for me. I think matriarch in that sense would be an accurate description as to the perception of Emily within the activist field.
Would you have described a male activist as a patriarch?
Possibly.
And the sense being that they were the leader, they were imposing their rule?
No, more in the sense of, as I say, I think she was regarded as a strong woman, independently minded, protective, possibly in relation to some activists, possibly nurturing. She clearly had long-standing relationships with some activists, and there was real, from when I saw it, there was real, what appeared to be real credible love that existed between those activists and Emily when she was around.
In terms of the language used, are you sure that you would describe a male in that way?
I said possibly.
Is that realistic?
Yes, I said possibly.
One of the big events that your groups were looking to attend was the G8 summit in Germany over the summer in June. Do you recall that?
I'm not certain I would describe that description would be accurate.
Okay. In what way is that inaccurate?
I was certainly of the impression that G8 was clearly an event that was taking place, but for quite some time, I think as I reported, I think my view was that a lot of activists didn't appear initially that interested in going out to Germany.
We have a travel authority for you, which is at MPS 0073596, behind tab B84 in bundle 3. Did you have sight of this authority to travel?
I don't believe so.
And you understood the purpose of you travelling to the G8 summit generally?
Well, initially, I'm not certain that I was going to go. I think my going there was decided principally after a conversation with one of the inspectors on SDS.
And that would be DI 72?
Yes.
Can we have a look at page 2, please? In terms of CW, Commonweal's plan of action, we can see that you'll be travelling with a group of activists, this was the intention, to Hamburg, and that you would then be based at the Fish Harbour activist camp.
Okay, yeah.
Do you recall that?
I certainly recall being based in the camp whilst I was there.
We understand that HN18 was part of the Radelich activist camp. Do you recall other UCOs being out in Germany?
Well, that's why I mentioned the word camp and didn't specifically identify the camp, because certainly I can recall that that particular officer and I were within the same camp.
Sorry, just to clarify, that was which officer was that?
Wellings.
Wellings 118.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other officers that you were aware of in Germany?
From SDS? I don't believe so.
What about officers from MPOIU?
That would have been an entirely separate matter. I wouldn't have been informed of if that was their intention, whether officers were going to be deployed, whether officers were present.
Would you have recognised other UCOs from MPOIU?
In retrospect, I recall seeing Mark Kennedy on a train in Germany.
What about Marco Jacobs? Do you recall seeing him?
No, but I recall that he had certainly attended a meeting in London at which I was present prior to going to Germany.
Any other officers? Being careful about names now.
Not that I can recall, unless you wish to provide me with an indication as to refresh my memory.
Do you recall seeing Mark Kennedy or Marco Jacobs at the events?
I certainly recall seeing Mark Kennedy, on a train.
Okay, but that's the extent of it, is it?
Yes, he stood out.
Do you recall seeing him in the presence of other women? Were you of the understanding that he had a girlfriend or sexual partner out there?
No. When I saw Mark, he was standing on a train and didn't appear to be accompanied by anybody.
Did you become aware of other officers in Germany who had partners?
No. The only person I spoke to whilst I was in the camp was Simon Wellings, who effectively had to stage an intervention or to speak to me whilst I was in the camp.
And what was that about? Is that something you can speak about openly?
Well, I think it's fair to say my prior to going out to Germany, I think it's fair to say that I was not in a good space, mentally and physically, and I'd had a conversation with, I think Dr. Palmer, perhaps, during the course of that session. Dr. Palmer has stated to me, "You are obviously quite depressed," but I think there was obviously a great deal of pressure on Special Branch to provide intelligence on the events in Germany. So I had the meeting with the inspector that we've mentioned, and it was then agreed that I would go to Germany and perhaps have a rest when I came back. And during the meeting with Dr. Palmer, I think his concern was that I should be issued with medication to perhaps help with what was going on at the time.
We can come to that because I'm going to address your welfare a little bit later, so we can speak in more detail about that. But did that have that didn't have an impact on you actually attending. You did attend,
I
and you
attended.
had a rest period after for a few weeks. Is that right?
As I recall, there was certainly some form of rest period when I came back, however truncated it may have been. And I did attend, but my attendance was based, I think, more so on a sense of personal loyalty to that inspector, without perhaps due regard to my health at the time.
Okay. We looked at the CW's plan of action on this page. About halfway down, it says, in this way, SDS will have good coverage of the two main camps and a clear overview of the protesters' plans, movements and general mood at any time. Was that your understanding of your tasking, that you were to generally monitor what was going on in the camps and the events out there?
It would be my own understanding. I didn't write this report clearly, but my own understanding would be that I would report back on events and people as I would have done if I was within the UK.
Was it a broad brush tasking, or were you specifically tasked at any particular person?
I don't recall being specifically tasked.
Can we look, please, at MPS 0073891, which is a report from the 1st of June 2007. Again, we have a report saying Emily Apple and VSP were travelling to Hamburg. Again, is Emily Apple reported on because she is known and her movements were being monitored?
In this sense, it would have been the fact that she was a known activist, so therefore I would necessarily report on any information that I had relating to her.
And that information you came about through other people?
I would imagine,
right?
well, given the fact, as I said, that I was not a close associate of Emily Apple, this presumably has come to me by way of another activist.
There's a similar report, I don't need to bring it up, but it's from September 2007, 21st September 2007, where you report that Emily Apple, VSP and another are en route to the No Borders camp near Gatwick. I understand you didn't attend that camp in Gatwick, is that right?
No, I did.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
And from this report, you're reporting again Emily Apple and VSP's movement. So
yes.
Was there a sense that these people were being tracked and monitored, even their movements, not just their attendance and engagement in activities, but their movements to and from places?
I think it's fair to say that certainly an understanding as to their movements would have formed part of the overall intelligence picture. And it's also worth mentioning that VSP had attended a meeting at which I was present in London, where discussions had taken place as to what sort of activities might take place once in Germany.
And for that reason, then
they would have been part of the activist milieu, so therefore I would have reported any information that was available regarding them.
And so they are then a legitimate target in your view for wide range reporting? I
certainly would have viewed them as so at the time.
Can we have a look at another Carmela Grexco event, please? It's on the MPS 0731222. It's behind tab C154 in bundle 5. And it's an event on the 16th, or a report from the 16th of July 2007. And this relates to an action at Carmela Grexco in Hayes. We can see from paragraph 2 on this page that it's a non-violent action. And again, to disrupt vehicles going in and out of the warehouse.
I think there is a point to be raised here, which would be whatever the intention of the activists present in gaining access to the location, intending to be non-violent, Of course, it's not possible to determine what the reaction might be from security who may be present on the scene.
When you say you can't determine what the security guard's going to do, what do you mean? Why is that of interest?
Well, because it may very well be that whilst activists might enter into a situation in what they presume to be a non-violent way or seeking not to provoke any form of physical violent reaction, it's not within their control, of course, in terms of how any security should it be present, how the security may indeed react.
You report in paragraph 3 in relation to Gus again and the fact that he's accompanied by his daughter, and you note her name and her approximate age. Again, why was it important to be reporting on a child?
Because she was present there with an activist.
Can we go on to the next page, please? You can see at paragraph 3 of page 2 that activists were able to access the warehouse and they put flyers inside some of the packaged goods. Do you recall reporting that?
Yeah.
And was that essentially, as far as we can see here, there's a lock onto a parked lorry trailer. That's the extent of the activists' actions.
That appears to be the case.
You note at paragraph 4 on page 2 that Gus and his daughter remained outside throughout. And again, reporting on them and their particular movements. Why was that important, given that they weren't doing anything of any particular note?
It might, as I say, it's because that individual, Gus, was an activist. I mean, some might question, for example, why you have an action and you're taking a 12-year-old along to such a thing, given the fact there's always the risk, there's a potential risk that it might not go as peaceably as they might wish.
We can see here, paragraph 5, there were no arrests. It lasted about 4 hours. Caused some embarrassment and ended spontaneously. Do you recall the police attending?
I don't recall it, but if it's reported here, then that would suggest they were there, yeah.
And in terms of the police's reactions and their actions, do you have any memory of that? Do you have any independent recollection?
Not in a special memory, no.
Can we have a look at the source comment, please? We can see that Gus and his daughter. That's in relation to another proposed action in December, which was to provoke an arrest. And this is what.
Well, Gus, if my memory serves me correctly, I would say that Gus, I believe, was the individual, or claims to be the individual within activist circles that identified that Carmela Gretzko was involved in the importation of goods from Israel.
And specifically the occupied territories in Israel, that was the point of the demonstration, is that right?
That would clearly have been informing.
And so there's almost an intention to be arrested, to get their day in court, as we've heard before, to try and raise awareness through the courts.
I think that would have been how I suspect Gus would have. That would have been how they would have described and understood their own purpose and intentions.
And do you recall that happening?
I don't know. Unless do you have a record of an arrest taking place, or?
Not of a trial.
Then I don't know. Unless, what I would say, however, is that given my proximity to Gus, if he had been arrested, there's a likelihood that I may have reported it.
You don't recall any event in relation to that separately? You don't have any independent recollection of that?
Nothing springs to mind immediately, no.
In terms of the research, we've got Gus and his daughter. It looks like she has been researched, which is the box below. If we can just highlight that, please.
Sorry, are you able to remove? Thank you.
and it seems that she's a note next to her name saying unable to identify, which would suggest that there's been some research into her name. Would that be right?
Possibly. That would be, but of course that would have been undertaken independently of me. That would have been undertaken by a desk officer, presumably back at NSY.
But you were aware, am I right, that by putting someone's name in a report, that would trigger further research?
Yes. Or no, let me correct that. There was the possibility that it might that the research might then be undertaken. The key point there, the distinction is with the fact that it's that there is a decision to be made on the part of the desk officer as to whether they undertake that research or not. That's entirely outside of my control.
And I think we've covered it before, but enough mentions in the report would trigger a file being opened. Is that
I think it's
your
likely that,
understanding?
it wouldn't necessarily be based purely on the number of reports, but it would obviously have to take into account the types of reports, what was being reported, the information that was being reported back. So so the decision would have undoubtedly have been taken in a more holistic manner.
Can we have a look, please, at MPS 0075251? It's a report of the 27th of July 2007, behind tab C163. This is a public meeting at Rampart in relation to the No Borders camp to be held at Gatwick on the 19th to the 24th of September. This was to be advertised on Indomedia, and Fit again attended this public meeting. Is that right?
It would appear to be the case, yes.
If we can expand this report and have a look at page 2 as well, please. Is there a page 3 as well of this report? Is there a page 3 as well? Five pages. Thank you. Can we just have a look through the 5 pages? So in terms of this Intel report, there's, if you had you been able to scan over it while it was on the screen?
No.
Okay. There's a lot of information about people's backgrounds, funding, organisation. There isn't much information at the time because this is a planning event, and I appreciate that, but not much that would help Gold Command, for instance, in terms of policing the camp at Gatwick.
Not at this time.
At this time. Once police become aware that there's going to be a camp at Gatwick, does the value of your reporting on this event fall away to some degree?
No, because clearly the expectation would be that if you've got a channel of intelligence that's been reported, then that would continue throughout.
Can we have a look, please, at MPS 0075672? And this is in relation to No Borders contacting local council and the Crawley District Commander, a Chief Inspector, in relation to the No Borders camp. And this is by the 10th of August 2007. Were you aware of what type of information was being disclosed to the council and to the police in the area?
From this, it appears that I wasn't part of any such discussion.
You're aware that the meetings are taking place, there's some negotiation.
I wouldn't say that. I would say I note the fact of the word apparently at the start.
Okay, so you think that although you've
reported this,
you've come across information in relation to this, but you're not too sure whether those meetings happened. Was there any? Did you become aware that those meetings happened at all?
Not that I can recall. Or what I would say, unless there's any further reporting, I wouldn't be able to comment any further on the specific nature of those meetings because I didn't attend them.
You didn't attend. Is it the sort of thing you might have asked the people involved as to, how did that go? What was said? What has come out of it? Do we have land available, or engage with those people that did attend?
Well, this says apparently an activist involved with No Borders Brighton. Obviously, I was affiliated with No Borders London. So the question as to whether I would have been able to access the information or not, I don't know.
Okay. Is it fair to say that both the council and the police were probably aware of events taking place and had some idea as to the camp and when it was going to be?
I think it's fair to say that the local council would certainly perhaps have had an awareness of the fact of there being a camp being present or being proposed to be present at some point in the future.
MPS 007030, please. Double 0076030, a report of the 30th of August 2007. Another report relating to the No Borders camp, and it's a planning meeting at Lark on the 19th of August 2007. We can see on page 2, at paragraphs 5 to 6, that the camp was intended to be child friendly. And that there was to be a limited bar, clear rules relating to that. The intention was for people to engage in political debate, not to get drunk.
Well, it's quite strange, isn't it, that anarchists would consider the fact of having to have rules.
That's what you report. Did you understand that to be the intention of the people that were organising the camp?
That's how I would have reported it.
And by this stage, was it clear that there was no intention for serious disorder or serious crime at the event?
I would say that what I've done here is try to report to the best of my abilities my understanding of the situation at the time of this report.
And were you, or did you become concerned at all that this sort of action might be outside of your remit, given what your remit was in your authorities?
You mean the fact that this is a rule-bound camp, so therefore I wouldn't report on it? No, I'd continue to report on it because it relates to No Borders and at least one other, someone who was known as an activist. Forgive me.
MPS 0075963, please. You can see this is a report from the 28th of August 2007. Relates to a workshop that was held by members of No Borders on the 16th of August. And here in this report at paragraph 2, we can see that Rob Harrison is named. So this is where at least one report where your full name is included. And we can see that here it appears that you facilitate a No Borders workshop, and this is at Climate Camp Heathrow.
Yes.
So there's an earlier camp, a climate camp for action at Heathrow, and was the sense that you were to get you were to learn from the experiences of that climate camp before?
No, it would just been about reporting.
For the members of No Borders, were they liaising with people at climate camp over at Heathrow in order to look at the No Borders camp, the immigration camp?
I think that it's likely. I think it's likely that activists would, if they're known to each other, even if they're not, again, outside of the organised left, very often communication between individuals can be based on their personal relationships. It wouldn't be impossible for members, if you like, or affiliates of one particular group to be engaged with conversation with another group about a range of issues.
And in terms of your role facilitating the workshop, would it be unusual for you to be in such a position?
That certainly was, because I can recall what happened on that day with this.
Yeah, and what did you cover during that workshop?
I can't recall. It was what I would say though is I was never intending to be a facilitator, and I think it was very much a last minute step in on my part.
Can I just ask you finally about one Carmel Agrexco protest? It's the one on the 18th of August 2007. There is a report, 0075779. I'll give you a moment just to have a look at that.
Okay.
We can see that your full name is noted there, so you were there, you were in attendance obviously, and you wrote the report.
Well, okay.
Sorry, do you want to make a comment on that?
No.
It appears people were arrested for burglary in this report, released without charge. And the reason I wanted to flag this report is because in a later REPA authorisation, if we can go to that, please. Behind tab B54, MPS 0526935 at page 44 is behind tab B54 in bundle 3. The third bullet point . No, I don't think it's the third bullet point. Sorry, where am I looking? Yes, it was the third bullet point, halfway down. It relates to an event where about 30 activists attended at Carmel Agrexco's site in Hayes. Prompt police action resulted in a handful of arrests for burglary, later arrested without charge, and numerous activists were stopped and searched. The intelligence that you provided is noted as being vital in the preparation of briefings for Commander K and Public Order Branch CO11. And Commander K and CO11 have been most appreciative of support of C Squad. And these were noted as being very high profile public order events. There's also reference to disarm Dicey as well, which we'll come on to in a moment. But in relation to Carmel Agrexco, at that event, did you understand that your reporting was seen as being vital to public order policing?
No.
Was that ever fed back to you?
No. Not that I recall it ever being fed back to me, no.
Moving on then to that same paragraph again relates to the DICE reporting and the value that it was said to hold in relation to Gold Command and their operations. Looking at, so I know we're a few minutes before 11:30, but is it worth, because I'm moving on to the DICE.
Yes, which is quite a
reporting
lengthy
now.
topic, yes.
It might be a point to break.
Yes. Then before we do, can I try and stop one hair running? If we could have back on screen, please, MPS 0072527. This was the document that you were asked about right at the start of today's proceedings. The action at Carmel, one of the actions at Carmel Agrexco, where on the second page you were a Rob SNU was identified in the second paragraph. You see that there?
Yep, yep.
And then if we go down two further paragraphs, we see reference to the lock-on, and there's a Rob SNU. In the copy of document I have, that's blanked out as privacy. So it looks as though the view that you have expressed that the Rob SNU referred to there is not you, has been accepted.
Thank you.
Right. I see a shake of a head.
Sir, I think that was seen as a mistake and was unredacted on purpose. So it's not that it was accepted that that was another individual that has been properly privacied.
And I've failed in my intention.
No, but thank you. Thank you. It's worth looking into.
We'll resume in quarter of an hour.
Thank you. Moving then to the Disarm Dicey event. This is in relation to the Excel Centre in London that hosts Defence Supplies and Equipment International event. Is it every 2 years?
I believe so.
And effectively it's like an arms event.
Fair, where companies would go there to apply their wares.
Can we have on screen, please, MPS 007637 behind tab C199? So it's 0076037. This is a report in relation to space hijackers in possession of a tank. Is this your reporting?
It could be.
Did you come across that information in the run-up to the Dicey event?
I could have done, but what I would say is I do not recall having any real interaction directly with the space hijackers or individuals of that particular collective or group.
So would it be fair to assume you can't recall how you came about this information? Can we have a look at UCPI 35185, page 2? It's behind tab B90 of the bundle 3. But in effect, it's because it's page 2, it's really just the picture that I'm interested in. We can see here, this is the tank that was referred to, is that right?
I believe so.
Okay, and it was being put up for sale. I think the information in this document is that it sold for $50. Were you aware of this sort of activity taking place to draw attention to the Dicey event?
Not directly, no.
Can you describe the atmosphere surrounding the event?
I think my understanding would be that Dicey itself previously had been very much a target of reporting by another officer that you referred to earlier on. So this really came to me by way of the involvement of individuals that I'd been reporting on previously as part of state of emergency and the general milieu that I was associated with.
Would you report information that came to you through another UCO?
No, no, of course not.
Were you aware of other events, apart from the state of emergency activities that were planned? Were you aware of other events that were going to be planned?
If I had been, then I would have reported them.
The tank and space hijackers, was that just one anomaly? We don't have other reports in relation to other
I wasn't
events.
able to report on them any further.
Can we have a look at page, MPS 0076054, behind tab C202, report of the 3rd of September 2007, and it's a report about activists intending to occupy a squat in East London tomorrow evening. So that would have been the 3rd of September 2007. You note that the information in relation to that was known to about 6 to 10 people. Were you one of those 6 to 10 people that was intending to squat premises?
Yes.
And did you squat at that premises with them?
Yes.
And what information was there discussed about their plans for demonstrating at the DSCI event?
I mean, within the squat?
Yeah.
To the best of my recollection, we arrived at the squat. I don't recall there being, forgive me, I don't recall there being a specific, let's sit down and discuss what we're going to do. I think it was very much left to the individual activists to determine what they would do once they'd arrived at Excel.
So there was very little opportunity, in fact, for you to report anything preemptively. It was a matter of...
I'm not certain that Special Branch had been... My understanding was that Prior to this particular dicing, I think perhaps because of the fact that the officer who'd previously been in a position to report was no longer in the field, I'm not certain that Special Branch would have had available to it any real knowledge. There was publicly available information, but whereas it might previously have had access to other information, the intention of activists, things that were being discussed and decided upon behind closed doors, if you like, I'm not certain that they would have had what their access was.
In terms of the run-up to Dicey, was this felt to be quite a big event for the SDS?
I think necessarily because of the importance of the event, and it fell within a calendar of events that would have been known to Special Branch.
So police were very much aware that this was going to be a focus of protest?
I think it would have been unusual if activists, given their interests, if they hadn't been interested in the event.
And we can see the handler's comment on this report says that the information about just squatting nearby in the run-up to the event was passed to D squad, and DCI Flood was informed about this that evening. So was DCI Flood, your DCI in the SDS at that time?
Yes.
Was he very much involved in handling information in the run-up to the Dicey event?
I'm not certain precisely what DCI Flood would have been involved in generally.
In the weekly meeting, of bi-weekly meetings at the SDS, was DCI Flood engaging with you and asking you questions?
Not directly.
About Dicey?
DCI Floods generally would be within the meeting, might ask the occasional question, but very much seem to observe what was being spoken about by other officers.
So in the general meeting, officers would discuss what their plans were for the upcoming week and generally talk about their deployments.
Yes.
And the DSs would be present, is that right?
Yes.
And the DI, who
Yes.
at that point was HN72.
That would need to be checked.
Okay. I think it was 72 at that time.
Actually, I believe so, because of something that happened later on.
There's a crossover. HN53 finishes his deployment September 2005, and it's HN72 thereafter.
Mm-hmm.
So it's DI.
The reason for the confusion is the fact that obviously HN72 then leaves the unit. We then have another DI comes to the unit under, presumably as required by DCI Flood.
Right, okay, I see. But at the time, in the run-up to Dicey, it's HN73. Sorry, HN72.
Two, yeah.
And your main handler at the time, was that HN30?
I believe so.
Cover officer was DS Beals, is that right?
I certainly recall passing information to DS Beals verbally over the telephone.
Okay. The sense of how much supervision you had, how much engagement you had with back office and your managers in the run-up to DSCI, can you just give us a sense of what that was like?
I think the general impression I have, again, perhaps with the benefit of hindsight, was that it was very much to just continue reporting as normal. I remember they were particularly pleased with the fact that I picked up the fact that there was a meeting to discuss possible action. I'm not certain that information had been available to SB previously.
Did they give you the sense that you need to be reporting into us as much as you can be?
Absolutely, when you could.
And had you been told at that point you act within the bounds of your authority?
I was told to maintain cover. So once I believed that I had verbally informed them that the activists were going to be going to a squat, that there would possibly be a decision in terms of what might then happen, and I was told to maintain cover.
When it comes to the weekend before Dicey, so I understand Dicey was from the 10th to the 14th of September 2007. The weekend before, on the 8th, Saturday the 8th, you become aware that there's going to be an action on the Tuesday, is that right?
Possibly, yes.
And in terms of your reporting on that, does that then become verbal? You're phoning in as opposed to writing up reports. Is that fair?
It would have been, yes.
And why was that?
Because I was out just to maintain cover. So that would have been the most appropriate way to feed the information back.
And was that by phone?
Yes.
By mobile phone?
Yes.
We know that you were arrested on the morning of Tuesday, the 11th of September. And I want to just look at a few reports in relation to that as to how that came about. So the first one is behind tab B107 in bundle 3. It's MPS 0526778, page 2. And it's an SDS report on your arrest, authored by HN30, your cover officer. The date of this report is the 12th of September, so the day after your arrest on the Wednesday. And we can see key points of the summary are that Commonweal was arrested for aggravated trespass outside the Excel Centre on Tuesday the 11th of September. That's right, isn't it?
That's correct.
Right, so page 3, please. The top paragraph. As you've confirmed, Dicey has always been a focus of protest by militant anti-war autonomist globalisation groups such as Disarm, DSCI, and State of Emergency and their supporters. The sense that this is a militant protest, where did that come from? Where's the militancy in relation to their activism?
I didn't write the report. I have no idea.
Did you... So you didn't describe them as militant?
Not to
in
the best
your
of my...
reports?
No, as far as I'm aware, no.
No. And it doesn't appear that you've described them as that?
Within any of my reporting.
No. Was that something that was discussed by people in back office, by people in the SDS, your managers, that saw these activists as militant?
I don't know how this report was put together. I can't comment as to what was used, what information may or may not have been utilised to come up with that description, or why that descriptive was actually used.
Okay. Point 3, please. The next paragraph. We can see the last sentence says that intelligence gleaned by Commonweal has been vital in the preparation of briefings in support of this policing operation. Did you know that the reports that you gave and in the run-up to Dicey had been vital in the policing operation for that?
I certainly would not have been aware of the fact that they may have been considered vital, but of course I wouldn't deny the fact that clearly I'm providing information intelligence for a reason, so it may very well have been used.
The next paragraph, please, number 4. We can see that an attempt would be made to try and gain access to the Excel Centre early on Tuesday morning. Activists would spend the night of Monday, Tuesday in a squat and leave early in the morning and make their way by public transport to the Excel Centre. And CW contacted his cover officer on Sunday and informed them of what he knew. In terms of what you knew, was it not much more than that people would travel to the Excel Centre early in the morning and something would happen, but you weren't able to say at that stage?
I believe so. I don't recall there being any specific plan that had been put in place.
And we can see that information was given to the CTC Counter-Terrorism Command Officer, Commander Joe Kay, who was the Gold Commander for the event. Were you aware that Commander Kay was awaiting intelligence from you as to anything that you could tell them about what was going on?
Again, not specifically, but again, I would imagine that the information I was providing would have been useful as intelligence or would be passed on to the necessary parts of the business.
Paragraph 5, please, or number 5. We can see that on the Monday, the 10th of September, you again contacted your cover officer. Would that have been HN30 up by the Monday or DS Beals? Because we understand that DS Beals was actually the cover officer over the weekend. Is that right?
What I would say to you is I don't have a very clear recollection of speaking to 30, but I certainly have a recollection of speaking to Beals. Okay,
so you remember phoning back office and speaking to DS Steve Beals?
Specifically at one particular point when about this is what's going to happen, yes.
Okay. And when was that? Was that on the Sunday or the Monday? Do you recall?
Possibly. I can't be specific, I'm sorry.
But it was before Tuesday?
Certainly, yes.
We can see here CW was advised as to the parameters of his authority, even though it was not too clear what form the action might take. In terms of you being advised as to the parameters of your authority at that stage, what were you being told? Your evidence so far is that it was simply to maintain cover.
Yes.
Were you given any specific guidance or advice in terms of, right, this is what you can do, this is what you can't get involved with?
I think my understanding would have been, I do not recall being given a specific set of guidance, should we say guidelines, this is what you can and can't do. It was merely, you are to maintain cover. Now clearly behind that I would have also have borne in mind the fact to try and avoid arrest as much as possible, try not to find myself in a position, put myself in a position that might potentially cause difficulties for me.
Okay. And presumably difficulties for the SDS as well?
Yes.
We can see towards the bottom of that paragraph that you were going to maintain a passive role, hang back, as there would undoubtedly be a strong police presence in the area, whatever time of the morning activists decided to try and gain entry to the Excel Centre. So
I'm not certain that's accurate, given the tense of the way that's been written.
In what way? Do you want to explain that?
Well, I would say that the description I would use would be specifically the word to monitor. Passive role and hang back, perhaps that almost reads to me as if that's been written post-event and inserted as a justification.
Justification for?
Possibly for what had happened during the course of my arrest.
Okay, do you want to expand on that?
That's as far as I can. That's a very odd sentence to my reading here.
Okay. And this is a report that's written up post-event, obviously. In terms of there undoubtedly being a strong police presence in the area, was that a given anyway? Was there always going to be a strong police presence in the area, no matter what time you turned up as a group?
I think it's likely.
And we can see paragraph number 7, please. So this is the next page, page 4. We can see that having got through the gates, activists found themselves in the car park and generally milled about. Is that your recollection as to what happened? People weren't too sure what the intention was when they gained access to the car park?
No, my recollection is that there was... The activists had disembarked from a bus which had stopped close to the gates of the car park, and they then got off the bus and then started to walk and then run into the car park. I'm not quite certain I had sight of what was going on with those perhaps who'd run further ahead, because I'd certainly tried to ensure that I'd stayed back. And there was an individual, as is reported here, there was an individual, fellow activist at the time claimed to have a damaged leg, and so I made sure that I stood by them and was with them whilst the others ran towards the centre.
Okay. And was there any clear intention as to what would happen once they got near the building?
Certainly, as far as I'm aware and recall, I certainly hadn't been informed if there had been any general sense of plan. But that's not to say that individuals within the group may or may not have had specific intentions in terms of what they wish to do on site.
Okay. Was the building open by that time in the morning?
I couldn't say.
I understand it's about 7 o'clock in the morning when you first arrive.
It's fairly early, yes.
The police carriers arrive and you're arrested fairly promptly. We can see that at paragraph 8, number 8. You were stopped and searched and arrested at 8 o'clock. Does that sound about right? Was it about an hour between arriving by public transport on the buses to then gaining access to the car park and then actually being arrested?
I couldn't say as to that, but it wasn't a particularly extended period of time.
Do you recall being held by the police vans for quite some time waiting for the fit officers
Yes.
to arrive, so that everybody was then taken off the van and photographed before being taken down to custody?
Yes.
You were charged with aggravated trespass, is that right?
I believe so.
And you were bailed to attend the Stratford Magistrates Court at a later date.
Yes.
And the restrictions on your bail, so the conditions were pretty extensive, is that right? You
Yes.
weren't allowed to go back anywhere near the Excel Centre or the area, not allowed to communicate with your fellow defendants, is that right?
Yes.
And so did you see that as, I think you describe it in your witness statement, then as a bit of a break because you couldn't actually do much in terms of your deployment at that stage?
I certainly would say that because of where I was located at the time of arrest, certainly meant that I was not able. If they had gone on to perform, do other things, I wouldn't have been a part of it. So that would have been a benefit to me.
In terms of how that's set out there, is that generally an accurate description of what happened?
Yes.
We understand that when the matter first came before the Stratford Magistrates Court, did you attend at court?
Yes.
And it was adjourned, is that right?
I can't
It was
recall.
adjourned off to a later date.
I can't recall. I'm sorry.
Do you recall whether you had to identify yourself and put in a plea at that stage?
I believe so, yes.
And when you identified yourself, did you identify yourself in your cover identity?
Yes.
And why was that?
To maintain cover.
And so you were acting on the instructions that you had been given.
To maintain cover throughout this.
Had you received that information from your cover officer between being charged and attending at the magistrates' court?
Prior, there'd been no update. So I was continuing the instructions that I'd been given prior to that, us going to Excel.
So there had been no update. Once you're bailed and you go home, do you go home to your real home or do you
No.
go back to your cover
I go
apartment?
to the cover address afterwards.
And you weren't contacted any further then by back office, were you? Or?
There may have been contact, but I was not instructed. As far as I can recall, I was not instructed to change the direction, which was maintain cover.
Okay. In terms of contact with back office, who did you have contact with? Was it your cover officer?
It would have been Beals and or 30.
Any contact with HN72?
Not that I recall, but I recall HN72 speaking to me when I returned to the back office on the Monday, I believe it was, or rather on the next attendance at the office.
So that had been the 17th probably,
Yeah,
before you attended the magistrates' court.
possibly.
And HN72, when he spoke to you, he didn't give you any indication either as to what you should do at the mags. Ultimately, we know that the matter was discontinued in October, early October, and charges were dropped against you and fellow defendants. Is that right?
Yes.
DCI Flood had to submit a report to the CPS. Were you aware of that?
Not directly at the time, no.
Can you recall having a debrief interview with two officers and DI 72 in attendance
Yes.
on the 28th of September 2007.
Yes.
And do you recall whether you were aware that that transcript or that a note of that interview was going to be sent to the CPS?
No. At the time, it felt very much as if I was under intense scrutiny for what I think was regarded as a good piece of work. And I do recall being quite, along with other things, I do recall being quite angry at the fact that I was being interviewed. It felt as if I had done something wrong.
Can we have a look at that interview, please? It's at MPS 0748203. It's behind tab B117 in bundle 4. So we can see here the date and time that it took place and who was in attendance. Page 11 of that interview, please.
I've got page 10 currently shown, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, there may be some confusion between internal pagination and the actual digital pagination. Yeah, it's actually internal page 11 that I was looking for, but about a third of the way down we can see that you mention Emily Apple.
Yeah.
And we see that is she one of the people that you had met beforehand and you had decided that you were going to attend at the squat on the Monday and do an action on the Tuesday?
Well, Emily was present.
So bear with me one moment. It's the reference to the phones that should be on page 11. Sorry, sir, that's my fault. I think there are two interviews, and I've chosen the wrong interview to go to. Yeah, it's 0748202, not 203. Effectively, what I was wanting to ask you about in relation to this interview is that what you told the interviewing officers is that phones had been removed from you when you attended the squat on the Monday evening.
Yes, they were taken off us and placed into a plastic bag.
Right. And you say, effectively, you couldn't then contact the office after that point because that would raise suspicions. You didn't have access to your phone effectively.
Except I would have thought that we would have had the phones returned to us in the morning before we then made our way to the Excel Centre.
Sorry, you had your phones back
I believe that we would have had our phones back with us when we went to the Excel Centre.
So your recollection of events is when you attended the squat on the Monday night, you all entered the squat, you handed in your phones, they were put into a plastic bag, and you didn't get those back until...
Possibly till the morning, before we left, just before we left.
The following morning. That conflicts with Emily Apple's evidence to this inquiry, that in fact, what would happen is during the course of the meeting to talk about the specific action for a short period of time, people would leave their phones in another room, another space, because the idea was that the phones could be listened to. And so that was the reason for having phones out of the area. But after the discussion had concluded, people would have their phones, people could leave, people could do effectively what they wanted until the following morning when the event took place. Is that... Are you sure, or is that a reason for you not having contacted the office?
No, I have a clear recollection that my phone was placed into a plastic bag, see-through plastic bag.
And was that when the discussion started about what was going to happen the following day?
Well, I don't recall there being a discussion about what was going to happen the following day. It may be that Emily had a separate discussion apart. As I've already said, I didn't have much interaction with Emily. She's obviously an activist to some stand, and she may have had a separate conversation of which I was not party to. So
in effect, you didn't have much more to report back to the office in any event?
At the time, it would have been very difficult unless I could make an excuse to leave there and some way find my way to a phone.
Is it right that you could have made an excuse to leave if you said, well, I want to pop out to the shop, I want to go and get drink, food?
I clearly didn't.
Okay. Was that open to you?
Possibly.
And could you also have asked for your phone back if it wasn't handed to you?
I don't think I would have done, given the fact I wasn't the only individual to the best of my recollection, I was not the only individual to place their phone into the plastic bag, so therefore I would not want to attract attention by doing something that was so clearly different from everyone else.
Where was the bag put?
I can't recall.
Did you make any attempt to try and find your phone before the following morning?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Could you have, though?
It may have attracted suspicion if I had.
Emily Apple says that simply isn't right. That's not how the group operated. Are you saying that she is wrong? Or are you saying that, well, that's not how I remember it. I could have got my phone back. I just didn't at the time because there was no purpose in doing, because you didn't have anything more.
I've described events to you as I perceived them at the time, as I recollect them to have been.
Given that you didn't have any more intel as such to report back to the office, is that a reason why you didn't look to get your phone back?
No, it was to absolutely maintain cover and not to attract suspicion to myself.
If we can go back to MPS 0748203, please. And page 11 again. We can see at the bottom of page 11, internal page 10, where you say, no, I think I would just like to say, generally speaking, the operation on that day was very successful. What we managed to do was have a point where we had 20 or so activists in one location who were arrested on the first day of a major event that was going to possibly have major publicity during the course of the week. And because of the fact that they were arrested and the fact that they can be bailed, and they can have bail conditions imposed upon them, I think we saved a great deal of money subsequently after that, because they were not free for the rest of the week to do whatever they may or may not wish to do. I regard it as a success. Was that a sentiment that was shared with others in the SDS?
I'm not certain.
What about HN72, who was with you during the course of that interview?
Well, as far as I'm aware, I don't think he participated obviously in the interview, but I think I can recall being told by him not to discuss in general terms the arrest, what had happened to me during the course of this particular incident.
Why was that?
I'm not certain. I'm not sure.
Was it suggested to you that actually this was successful because people had had such bail conditions imposed upon them?
This is clear. No, I would be prepared to say that. What I would say is in the course of an interview, that's an opinion that I've expressed at that time.
Was that your own personal opinion, having not spoken to SDS managers about it?
I think that more likely, yes.
And was that your sense that a suppression of protest was a sign of success for the SDS?
I would have seen it more in terms of the avoidance or suppression of things like criminal damage or any kind of activities that might possibly be illegal.
So it wasn't the limiting or extinguishing of a form of protest, it was the limiting or extinguishing of forms of crime.
Well, in this instance, because of the bail conditions that were imposed, it clearly limited the activities that those individuals who were arrested could then subsequently possibly undertake.
And in terms of considerations for the rights of protesters, was there a balance in your view as to what should or should not be suppressed?
That would not have been a decision for me to make.
Did you have any personal view on that?
Other than what I would have stated perhaps in the course of this interview contemporaneously, or rather as close to the event as described.
Can we look, please, at a RIPA document? It's behind tab B54, bundle 3, MPS 0526935, page 46. Sorry, it's not very good reproduction of the document. We can see that this is a document regarding the circumstances surrounding your arrest. We can see in paragraph 2 that the information was sent to Gold Commander Joe Kay. And paragraph 3, you were reminded of the parameters of your authority. So that's something that we've looked at previously. In terms of looking at the parameters of your authority, can I ask that we move to page 196 of this document, please? We can see here that this is a review of your authority. And on page 200, we can see that it's signed by Philip Gormley, Commander, on the 20th of February 2006. So this is the year previously. This is a previous authority. So this doesn't relate to the dicey event, but it's generally a copy of your RIPA authorisation for your deployment, which is reviewed and reauthorised on a continual basis. Okay. And at page 215, please. We can see that the document is signed by yourself on the 2nd of March 2006, and then by your DSs, your sergeants, in the SDS back office. And the point here is that it says that the undermentioned officers understand and acknowledge the extent of UCO authority reference number, and it's got the reference number of the review that was updated on the 20th of February 2006 by the Commander of Special Branch, Philip Gormley, that page that we saw before. And my question is this an example of the authorisations that were produced in relation to your deployment that you, in fact, did see and did sign?
Where if you have a document that I've signed, then obviously I will have to accept that I signed it.
And does that mean that you also read it and understood it?
I may have read it and understood it at the time, material time, and as to whether I remembered what was included in it subsequently, I can't speak to.
Is it likely that you would have read a document relating to your deployment that you would have read, understood, but then subsequently forgot during the course of your deployment?
That's possible.
And why is that? If something as important as your authorisation for your deployment is something that you should be aware of and understand?
I can't speak to that. I would only say that once that document was signed, that would be it. I would then be concentrating on the operation itself.
In terms of concentrating on the operation, doesn't this document dictate what you focus on and how you go about the deployment?
It would appear to do so.
And do you accept that being aware of what's in that document, having that in your mind, must dictate your activity during the course of your undercover deployment?
I accept that.
Can I turn to page... sorry, it's a different document. It's the witness statement of DCI Dell, MPS 0749596, please, at page 111. And it's paragraph 176, subsection A, or subparagraph A, please. And this is DCI Dell in his witness statement to this inquiry, commenting on a paragraph in your witness statement that says, I've been referred to, and this is another composite of your Reaper authorisations, which states at paragraph 4, and that's the part in relation to the Jean-Charles de Menezes campaign. Where you say, I don't recall ever seeing this document.
Yeah.
So it's something that we addressed earlier in your
Yeah.
evidence to this inquiry in relation to the Jean-Charles de Menezes campaign, but just my point is wider than that. It's more general as to whether you were a part of or aware of your Ripper authorisation documents.
I can only speak to documents that I would have signed,
Okay.
that you've raised up, which is the issue you've raised. And clearly, and I've made a statement within there, so...
And in respect of what DCI Dell says about that at subparagraph A, do you accept that actually you would have been shown the Ripper authorisation that was referred to in the paragraph above? And do you accept that all UCOs were shown their authorisations when they visited the office?
I can only say that there's clearly a discrepancy between the view of Dell and myself.
He goes on to say that in any event, excuse me, each authorisation represented the product of our management's discussion with the UCO in question about their tasking. So it's inconceivable to me that Robert Hastings was not aware of his tasking. So do you accept DCI Dell's witness evidence about that, or do you say, actually, I wasn't involved in the tasking and the decisions that were made about your deployment?
I would suggest that, to the best of my recollection, the decisions as to what I was going to be tasked would have not been made by me. That would have been made by the back office and sergeants, senior officers, possibly also in discussion with NSY.
And would that have been relayed to you verbally?
I make my point again. If there's a document that says that I've seen it, then I'm prepared to accept that I would have seen it at a material time.
There is a document, MPS 0526-805, page 2, please. So that's the document that was referred to here, that you referred to in your witness statement. And what we can see here is an index of some of the reviews of your authority, or your authorisation. And it appears in relation to the initial application, the authorisation for your deployment, and the reviews and updates, that you had initialed them. Does that record help in terms of your memory of having looked at authorisations and signed this chart?
Can I ask, is this document signed? Is there a signature on page 2, or is it signed anywhere by me?
These are your initials, so it's your initials under the black box.
Those are not handwritten initials, are they?
No, so underneath, these have been redacted out.
Right, okay.
So what it will be is a manuscript initial, RH, and that's what's been put over the top, just so that your manuscript signature or initialing.
No, that's fine. In which case, then I would have to accept that I've signed that document.
And would that indicate that you have actually seen and understood the RIPA authorisations?
No, it would just say that I've signed that document.
So what was the purpose of you signing the document?
Just an acknowledgement, I suspect.
Of what?
The document.
The RIPA authorisation?
The document.
This document?
Yeah.
This document obviously doesn't tell you anything other than the fact that there is an authorisation or a review or an update. What was the process of you coming to sign this document?
I can't recall.
Do you have any recollection of being in the back office, being shown a review, and then being asked to sign this index?
No.
So what was your understanding as to why you were signing this document?
I can't recall.
Given your lack of memory about it, is it fair to assume that it would be because you had been shown the authorisation and that had been discussed with you by the DCI or DI of the, or a manager of the SDS?
I can't say.
Is it right to say we don't have an authorisation for your participation in any more serious criminal offences? Is it right to say that you weren't aware of any authorisation to participate in anything beyond very minor instances of criminality that arose at the time?
I certainly can't recall ever being directed to be able to participate in serious crime.
What was your understanding as to the level of crime that you could participate in without further authorisation of participation in crime?
At the time, it would probably involve something along as a low-level criminal damage, perhaps. But the idea being always to avoid placing yourself in a position where perhaps you could engage in crime.
Was there any sense that you needed to contact back office if you were aware there was a risk of you being involved in a criminal offence?
Not that I recall.
So, for instance, taking the March 19th event, your understanding that there would be some involvement in spray painting slogans on Labour Party premises, was there a sense that you had to contact back office to let them know you were going to be involved in this, or
I think
or
at the
not?
time, my sense would have been that I would have regarded that as being something that was allowable, because it would have been minor, shall we say.
And what about aggravated trespass? Was that something that you understood to be allowable in your undercover role?
No, I wouldn't say that. I was arrested for aggravated trespass. That doesn't mean that I went there expecting to be arrested for aggravated trespass.
No. Did you have the sense that you needed to apply preemptively for authorisation to participate in more than minor criminality prior to the Dicey event?
That would have been handled by the office.
You were never advised by your cover officer that, okay, well, if this is going to be anything more than, no. Fly posting.
To the best of my recollection, I was told maintain cover.
Okay. No indication that there needed to be prior authorisation for any criminality. Can we turn to MPS 05267770, please? It's behind tab B115 in bundle 4. And this is a discussion document for a CPS meeting. So post your arrest, it's understood that DCI Flood was to meet with the CPS to discuss what was going to happen about this arrest and the charge. And DCI Flood, Detective Superintendent McKinney had a discussion, and these were the notes in relation to that. And at paragraph 3, page 3. Page 3, paragraph 4, please. It appears that there was a breakdown in communications between your manager and the team that decided to arrest and charge such a large number. You can see that in the middle of the paragraph there. Was that ever communicated to you as a problem in this event?
I don't recall this particular point being communicated to me, but what I will say is I think it became clear that my being arrested at Dicey had caused some issues. There were issues already, I believe, in the back office with personalities and new individuals having joined the back office.
And by new individuals, you're talking about DCI Flood and Detective Superintendent McKinney, essentially?
Yes.
And was there a sense that DI 72 and perhaps HN 30, your cover officer, and DS Beals, who was on cover that weekend prior to Dicey, were being hauled over the coals for getting into this situation where we've got an officer who's now up in the magistrate's court facing charges of aggravated trespass?
My recollection is there was certainly tension between those individuals.
Was there a discussion that included you about the fallout from this arrest?
I don't recall there being one. If you have notes of one or a notification of one, I'm happy to have a look at that.
No, we don't. Purely on your recollection. I mean, obviously, we've got the interview. Yeah. There's various things you were involved with.
I think the interview, the purpose of this, the interview in many respects will be... You've mentioned, obviously, the fact that it was going to be past the CPS. I've said that I wasn't aware of that fact. In many ways, I would have regarded that as a debrief. I think once I'd been arrested, the sense was that I was not to speak of the fact again.
And the sense was that management were going to sort this out?
Well, there was clearly activity in the back office relating to my arrest, but I clearly wasn't involved directly in that.
Can we come now then to the reaction of Dicey arrests in London amongst your group? It's MPS 007 6348, please, behind tab C 209 in Bundle 5. It's a report of the 17th of October 2007. And here we're looking at the subsequent legal proceedings. An anticipated plea at the magistrates. So as is your evidence, you attended at the magistrates' court. You were there, that's right, isn't it?
Yes.
And you were party to legal advice as a result of that. Is that fair to say?
I recall being part of a discussion with the individuals that are named within this report.
And what about with the legal advisors who were at court representing the group?
Unless it's stated, there's something stated contrary to what I'm about to say in this report, my recollection is that I spoke, the individual solicitor, lawyer there spoke individually to each individual.
Okay. And effectively, was that one solicitor that was representing a group of you, the whole group?
Possibly.
And albeit that you were advised independently, separately, was it fair to assume that you were all receiving similar advice?
I remember it feeling, yes, but I also recall it felt very strange that an individual just happened to be there and said, I'm going to represent you individuals for free.
Is this in relation to the barrister that says that she was going to represent pro bono?
Yeah.
Okay. That then becomes the subject of some discussion, doesn't it? If you want to read the rest of this report to refresh your memory in relation to that.
Thank you.
If we can have the other 2 pages on screen, please.
Okay, which particular part would you like me to address?
It's in particular in relation to the legal advice and what happened at court. There's obviously quite an extensive report that you've produced on this occasion, and significant reporting on legal representation at court. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And at the end of paragraph 2 on page 3, you report about activists from Brighton particularly keen to discuss the feasibility of launching a legal action against the police. And given that that is in relation to a civil action, a potential civil action against the police, did you understand that there would be some interest in that from the SDS because it related to the MPS?
Because it related to the activities of the activists who've been arrested.
Was there any discussion that you had with your cover officers in relation to this report?
Not that I can recall.
Such detail about the legal process, future and past legal dealings of the activists and their lawyers is potentially crossing that boundary into legal privilege, isn't it?
I would say that this at the moment speaks in quite general terms.
And in terms of the thought of the prospect of bringing a civil action, although it's not actually reporting advice from lawyers, would you say that's
it's a report
pushing the boundary?
I'm not saying I would agree that. I would say this is a report of the general intent. It doesn't go into the specifics that might possibly follow.
Did you have any sense that this is nothing to do with public order events? This is to do with legal proceedings, legal advice, and so should not form part of an SDS report?
At the time, no.
Subsequently, would you have a different view on that?
Possibly.
In what way?
I have my thoughts about the activities of the SDS are obviously quite different now than they would have been whilst I was deployed as a member of the unit.
And so, in hindsight, looking back, do you think that you should have had more direction as to what should and should not have been reported on?
I think so, but I would also say that unless there's any evidence to the contrary, I'm not certain that was taken up with me.
Okay. MPS 007 6336, behind tab C207, please. It's a report of the 11th of October 2007. Again, it's the title is The Continuing Legal Fallout from Dicey. And what's reproduced here is a letter that is sent from a solicitor concerning her concerns about the barrister that was at court, a pupil barrister, I think, who was not aware of her own duties to the court. And in terms of setting that out, does it go on to a further page, page 3? Do you recall reproducing the letter that was sent in this report?
I don't recall doing so, no.
Do you accept that this is your report and therefore you must have done?
I accept that it could be my report, yes.
And again, similar question, in terms of the intrusive nature of that, in terms of legal proceedings, do you accept that that is something that should not have formed part of an SDS report?
At the time, my view would have been to report any and all intelligence that was available to me.
Okay, so you didn't have an awareness at that stage?
If this was my report, then I've reported it in on the basis of the fact that this may obviously be of interest to NSY. It's available to me, relates to the activists or to the event, so I'm reporting it back to NSY so they can be aware of this.
That's all I want to ask you on in relation to DSEI or Dicey. Can I ask you now about authorisation cancellation documents? So we're getting to the end of your deployment now.
Okay.
MPS 0526935, behind tab B54, it's a document we've looked at, or a composite of documents we've looked at before. These are your REPA authorisations.
No, these came up previously, didn't they? It was just the front sheet, and then we took them off, didn't explore these any further. That's
right. So it's a composite. It's the authorisations, the reviews and the updates. There are two main composites that we have, and this is a 238-page document that addresses your authorisations from November 2005 to the end of your deployment in December 2007. Page 3, please. This lists at the very front of the composite, so it's taken from files, your back office files. If we can enlarge that a little bit, please. It's looking at your CHIS or RIPA authorisations. And what we can see here is a list of associates. Is this a document that you would have been familiar with?
Possibly.
And in terms of your associates, the list there, is that fairly accurate according to your recollection of your deployment?
I'm not certain about suicide bomb as a descriptive. I'm not sure where I would have applied that. And I didn't write this list, presumably.
Okay. We know that this list is written towards the end of your deployment, so it's looking back retrospectively over the years that you were deployed. In terms of a suicide bomber and an accomplice who was found, we understand was found dead a couple of weeks after the event in 2003, are you surprised to see them at the top of your list of associates?
Yes. Associates, the word associates to me would tend to imply that there's a direct and immediate, some form of a direct immediate relationship. I never met the two named, well, as far as I'm aware, never met the two named individuals at the top of that list. So I'd be hesitant to describe them as associates.
And in fact, I think they died about a year and a half before you were deployed, so that's fair to say you didn't meet them. In terms of top billing on this list of associates, are you surprised to see them there sat next to the name of Atif Chowdhury?
I think there's clearly I'm surprised to see those two names there under the word associates.
And given what we know about those two people, that they weren't members of ISM London and had no interaction at all, save for a cup of tea on that event that we saw reported in the BBC News article.
Well, as reported on the BBC.
You weren't aware of them otherwise.
I can't speak to why they're on this list.
Do you reckon, we heard from Atif Chowdhury last week about the horror that he felt about seeing his name listed in a REPA document against these two people. Do you have some recognition about why that would be?
Certainly.
And do you recognise that as that there's a racial element to this, in that there's British Asian men with Muslim backgrounds sat there as top billing in a list of associates in your deployment that infiltrated ISM London?
I go back to the answer I've given previously, which I'm very surprised to see those two names under the word associates. And I can understand Mr. Chowdhury's upset of having seen his name in this list, which, as I've previously said, obviously I didn't prepare.
Do you recognise that it reflects racial profiling?
That's not a question that I don't think that's the case.
Do you think that the decisions of whoever made this list, and I take it you didn't submit this list,
Well,
did you?
as I've said, I've looked at that list. That's not a list that I recall ever putting together. So I would ask the question, whoever was responsible for that list, the questions that you're asking perhaps would be better put to them rather than me. And I don't say that disrespectfully.
In terms of the presentation of this, though, can you accept this personally from looking at this and your understanding about racial profiling, about your understanding of racist ideas of...
I'm not sure I would accept what you've just described there. Racist profiling, yeah, and you then went on to say...
Well, the sense that the decision to make this list in the way that it has been drafted, do you accept that there will have been some racial element to that?
No.
Racist ideas of who is a threat?
No. What I suggest, as I've said to you, I'm surprised to see those two names under the heading of the title associates, and I think that the questions you're asking me would be better put to the individual who was responsible, whoever it was, for writing that list.
Would you recognise at all that this is an example of institutionalised racism? How an innocent Asian, British Asian, man with Muslim background can be finding his name in a list like this?
No.
It's unfavourable treatment of Atif Chowdhury, isn't it?
It's certainly a questionable list from what I can see.
Do you recognise that it is unfavourable to him?
I would, if in Mr. Chowdhury's position, I would certainly be asking questions as to why. Obviously, there's an impact in terms of having your name associated with those two other names.
And given that it is unfavourable to him, you rightly say questions should be asked about that and why. With the lack of any other evidence as to why these two people should be at the top of your list of associates, can
It's
that
not
be
my
put,
list.
or a list of your relating to your deployment? Can it be assumed that there must be something here to do with race and religious background?
No, what I would say is that there clearly you have a list here. I've said to you, presented to you my feelings on this. I think what needs to happen here is that whoever was responsible for putting this list together, I don't recall doing so, would have to have these questions put to them so they can explain why this list has been presented in the way that it has.
Would you accept that back office decisions around targeting for your deployment into ISM London was influenced by institutional racism?
No.
Why not?
As I've said to you before, when I think that we raised this previously, for me, institutional racism is a particularly difficult term. I think it's too simplistic and descriptive for things that are far more complex.
Would you accept that the SDS interest in ISM London was because of links to Palestine, not because of links to terrorism?
I think there's a possibility it could have been both, but certainly it's fairly clear, given in the name of the organisation, that yes, there's clearly a link to Palestine.
And your operation didn't uncover any links to terrorism, did it?
Other than, I think, as we've covered, there was a document that I think I discovered that was passed in where the two names were featured, that were passed on. I certainly don't recall finding any evidence of terrorism within ISM.
Finally, very quickly, in terms of a summary, there's a quarterly summary of the intelligence that you provide in the last 3 months of your deployment. It's at MPS 0525935, page 89, please. Zero 525935.
I think it's 0526935.
Is it, sir? Thank you very much. Yes, that's right. Oh, I'm so sorry, that's the document we're in.
Yes.
Page 89. So this is a document that relates to the quarterly summary of intelligence for your deployment, the last 3 months of your deployment. And we can see set out in the key points summary the detail of the high points.
Yeah, there's an obvious problem there, isn't there? I can see it immediately.
Sorry, what are you relating to? What are you referring to?
Key point summary, last point. Commonwealth supplies ongoing coverage of threats to the MPS and its staff resulting from the shooting of Jean-Charles de Menezes. Yeah. We've discussed this previously.
Did you provide any ongoing coverage in relation to that?
The reporting that I think that you would have had available to you, which hopefully is all of my reporting, if there had been reporting on that by me, then it would have been available to you for review.
In terms of the coverage that we have, it's in relation to individuals that have had some contact with the campaign. Do you accept that?
We discussed this in regard to Assad Rehman previously, where this was an individual who was an activist and known as an activist, and there was some kind of connection, but it wasn't reported on the campaign in terms of the campaign's intentions, etc.
And it appears what has been then written up in the summary of your operation is something that appears to... These are documents that are used to justify your operation, and that has been seen as something that is noteworthy enough to put in to this summary. Do you accept that actually is your evidence is this is wrong, and is it your evidence you didn't provide ongoing coverage to that extent?
So my initial response would be, I'm not the author of this document, presumably.
No, you're not.
Okay. I see that point there, and I would say, at the very least, I am shocked and surprised to see that as a point within this document in relation to my operation.
Because you say effectively it's inaccurate.
Yes.
Can we look at the detail, please, in paragraph 2, point 2 in the detail? What it said, the period under review saw a continuation of the highly fragmented nature of the London autonomous anarchist scene. No one organisation or group has occupied the ground vacated by the now defunct Wombles in early 2006. State of emergency, once seen as a possible successor, has largely disintegrated around the usual, and it goes on to the next page. Usual issues of interpersonal politics. Were you involved in interpersonal politics within state of emergency?
You would have to define for me what you mean by interpersonal politics.
Was there any sense, as an SDS officer, you infiltrated activist groups with an intention of causing some discord to precipitate the disintegration of an activist group?
I think what I would say is if I'd been directed to do that, then I would have done so.
Can I ask you about paragraph 6, please? And this is in relation to FitWatch, the organisation that was set up by Emily Apple and Privacy. And in terms of the summary in relation to that.
Well, that's clearly inaccurate, isn't it? I think we can both agree instantly there's a clear problem with that paragraph.
And what's the inaccuracy?
Well, let's be clear. CW knows these two activists well. Well, I would simply suggest that they look at the intelligence record that's available, the archive, and then look to see how many reports were submitted by me where Emily Apple's name features and the two activists and the private, so Emily Apple and Privacy. If I knew them well, then presumably there would be a number of intelligence reports available that would be able to support that assertion.
And what about the suggestion that you've been able to give regular updates on the course of the campaign, that being the FitWatch campaign, which have been fed into the public order branch? I would make a similar point. It would be, again, assuming that the inquiry has been given access to a complete archive, it would be very easy for you to go through and see what information was available that referred to FitWatch and myself. And presumably there would be no benefit of any reporting by you because the whole campaign itself was something that was played out in front of police cameras. That was the point of it. Well, I can't comment on that, but I would simply say that as far as I'm aware, I didn't report on FitWatch. On FitWatch, yeah. I think that's a fair comment. And so are you saying that this is inaccurate and it's exaggerated? Well, I'm saying that I didn't write this report, but then again, there are certainly questions that arise as a result of this paragraph and the way it's been written. What about the intelligence that there are aspirations to discover fit officers' personal details with a view to targeting their homes and families? Is that anything that you reported? Forgive me. We don't have any intelligence that you did report that. Then I would suggest that I didn't report that. And that doesn't relate to me or my operation. Okay, that doesn't ring true. No. To you. That's not something you verbally provided? Not that I recall, no. And the suggestion that Emily Apple and Privacy would want to target people in their own homes and families, does that ring true, knowing even the little that you do know about Emily Apple and the other person that set up FitWatch? I can't comment on that. Her evidence is that she never had any intention to target homes and families. It's simply untrue. I go back to my earlier response, and I don't wish to sound repetitive, but there should surely be an archive of intelligence available. If there's reporting there, this looks like the sort of information that presumably would have been considered important and perhaps they would be able to source appropriately
And from what you've said in our interaction here, you've not been able to link that information or intelligence, or I'll call it information for the purposes of this exchange here, to me directly on my cover. So therefore, my view on that would be I was not responsible for that information.
And you, as a witness today, don't have any further evidence to give that would contradict Emily Apple's evidence on that?
Well, I haven't seen Emily Apple's evidence. I've not read it, so I can only comment such as I've been told today during the course of our exchange.
She says it's untrue. Can you counteract that? No. Thank you.
Sorry, I made that clear. No.
Can I go quickly then to paragraph 8? I've got an eye on the time, sir, but if you could just finish with this document. Paragraph 8 talks about no borders and involvement with that group. And they're linking with other campaigns. It's described as the absolutely critical importance of having this form of cross-organisational, cross-issue linkage available to desk officers cannot be overstated.
Do you want to pass this down and we can go through this line by line? Would that help? So I think that might be important in this case.
You can do that.
So let's go through. So MB can appear to be rather disorganised and ineffective. I think that's arguable. I think the most important thing is that where they were situated meant, and if you look at my operation in the wider context, it's fairly clear that I was able to operate across more than one group. So that would suggest there is some truth in that in being placed in those particular positions. And the fact, of course, that the activists themselves, other than the organised, generally speaking, as I've said before, in the organised left, it's possible for an individual to move between various campaigns according to their own particular interests.
And in terms of that cross-linkage, the particular ones that are noted here in relation to trade union activity and the low wages for migrant workers, which presumably links back to the Justice for Cleaners campaign that you reported on.
Which one we spoke about, I think I said to you that
we did.
It was about the issue of protest.
Yeah. That being essential for the desk, the special branch at the time, and again, it's relating to the MPS threat to MPS staff resulting from the de Menezes case.
Sorry, forgive me, but I actually object to the fact. I find that offensive.
What do you find offensive?
The fact that it says, such as a threat to the MPS staff resulting from the de Menezes case. I find that offensive in the sense that I have said, and we've explored this, and I make the case again, you should have an archive available to you, hopefully a full archive of the intelligence reports that I submitted. And I would ask you, this has been included here, and it seems to be saying that I've reported that. I find that offensive.
The point of me drawing your attention to this is to ask you, is this accurate? And I think your evidence is, no, it's wrong in relation to de Menezes.
Well, I would suggest, yes, that's the case.
Okay. So we've got that point already. That is false, you're saying.
Yes.
In relation to the wider cross-linking with other campaigns, low-wage workers, trade unions, your No Borders group, which relatively disorganised, it appears from this report. What I'm asking you is this report itself, this summary of your operation, is it
somebody's summary of my operation, not mine?
Yeah, not yours, but is it accurate? Is this a fair reflection of a summary of your deployment, the last three months of your deployment?
Not my deployment in its entirety. And if you're speaking about the whole document, the bits we've looked at, I have clear issues with it.
Okay. This is a document about the last 3 months of your deployment.
Okay.
Is this a fair representation of your deployment?
No.
Is it exaggerated or actually just false in your opinion?
From what we've discussed in the last few moments, I would say I have clear concerns about the accuracy of this document.
Thank you. Finally, paragraph 9. You can see that it reports that intel reports have been essential to desk officers' threat assessments and goal planning. And and it's emphasised that it is as useful to be able to report that a group or wide part of the movement is not looking to become involved in an action or protest as it is to be able to say that it is. Now,
We've touched on this previously.
Your evidence previously was that that was part of my operation.
In terms of how intelligence would be understood, yes, there would be a clear value in being able to give a negative as much as a positive. Excuse me.
So you're saying actually that's an accurate part in terms of how you fed the value of your operation for Gold Command and Police
I think that
public order operations.
The sentence begins, it must be emphasised. I think that would be something that would accord with my understanding of intelligence and how it's supposed to function.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I want to ask you on that.
Thank you.
Then we will resume at 2:10.
Thank you.